I'm calling to order our council meeting of Monday, March the 20th, 2023. And the first item of business is to adopt the agenda, that the content of the council agenda for March 2023 be adopted as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ring and Councillor Houston. Any amendments? Yes, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I just wanted to note that in regards to 10.2.1, which is the Boulevard patios matter, I was going to request some severing of the motion. I thought through the conversation of the agenda item, I don't have anything in particular right off, but I'm just letting you know that I'd like to consider severing.
Thank you. Would there be any other comments or amendments suggested to the agenda? Okay, then. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. We have an in-camera meeting today. Whereas the clerk hereby concurs the reasons for the in-camera session have been duly reviewed and considered, and the matters are authorized under the exception provisions to conduct a closed session in accordance with the Municipal Act prior to proceeding into closed session. Therefore, be it resolved that this council proceeds in camera in order to address a matter pertaining to personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including town or local board employees, that's A, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposal of land for town or local board purposes, that's for B and C, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, that's B and C. And lastly, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and that would be C. There are 3 items for discussion. A, advisory committee application review. B, property acquisition update, and C, green terminals MOU. And there should be a Horizon report today. So could I have a mover and a seconder? Do you have a comment on this, Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, Mayor Hamlin. I do have a declaration of code of conduct to do. So before you put us in the camera, or I can do it after, I have no problem either way.
So I think we're just going to have a motion to proceed in camera. And your declaration, is it with respect to something in camera?
No.
Okay. So perhaps I should have dealt with that first. Yeah. So how about we're going to have the vote on proceeding in camera, and then we'll come back. We won't move until we do that. Okay. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Okay. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please, about going in camera? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Doherty, thank you. All those in favor? That's passed unanimously. And this is under declarations of pecuniary interest. Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. As previously declared, I'm deemed by the Integrity Commissioner to have a code of conduct interest that is disqualifying under the reasonable person test. That I can't prove. I am unable to separate public duty from siblings' interests. So I intend on listening to the delegation and staff's presentation portions, but we'll leave the table and listen from the foyer to council's discussion and decision.
And what item would that be?
That's item 11.2, and it's staff report PW 2023-03, Collingwood Quay.
Okay, thank you.
I guess.
Would anyone else have a declaration of pecuniary interest for today's agenda? Okay, that's fantastic. And so now we'll move into our in-camera meeting. Thank you. Good. Okay, welcome back, Council. And we're continuing our council meeting of Monday, March 20, which started at 2 p.m. And I'll be looking for a motion. Having some technical difficulties. That's okay. All right. All to say, we're just reconvening after our meeting commenced at 2 p.m. We went in camera, and I'm now looking for a mover and a seconder for a motion to rise from in camera. Councillor Perry, Councillor Doherty, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous. In terms of reporting from in camera, we did have an opportunity to look at some amazing applications that members of our community submitted for various advisory committees. And I can say that at our next council meeting on March the 27th, council will be considering those appointments and being in position to announce who will be joining those committees. Also, I can report that in terms of our grain terminals, on March the 27th again, which is our next council meeting, the proponents will be taking the opportunity to make a presentation at council and in public for the first time on the vision for the terminals, the revitalization of the terminals, and the revitalization of the spit. And that completes the report from in camera. In terms of proceeding now in our regular business meeting, we have a reading of the land acknowledgement, and today that will be Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who are families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous peoples within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is to adopt the minutes from the last meeting. So the motion would be that the minutes of the council meeting held February 27, 2023 be approved as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Doherty, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Any comments or suggestions to changes? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. Would there be any business arising from the previous minutes? We have two deputations this evening. The first one is from Epcor, and this is on the topic of in-house water and wastewater utility billing. Please come forward.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Worship. Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Doherty, it's nice to see you. For those that don't know me, my name's Susanna Robinson. I am the CEO of Epcor Electricity Distribution here in Collingwood. You've met my colleague, Tim Hesselink. He presented to many, if not all of you, at the subcommittee examining this matter. And I also just want to thank you for providing me the opportunity to address you this evening in person. I thought it was important that I come in person. It is a significant matter to the utility and obviously to council. We've handed out a one-pager from which, from our perspective, demonstrates potential financial impact to residents of Collingwood. Please appreciate Epcor is always subject to the scrutiny of the Ontario Energy Board, but we've done our best to show you what we think is a factual interpretation of the matter. I'd like to take you through a brief presentation you can see up there. That's our first page. I think that's the Santa Claus Parade last year. That's our team out. We participate every year in the parade, and it's something our employees really look forward to. I know some of the points were covered with from Tim last time, but I think they bear repeating. And I did attend virtually the last meeting, and I've had a chance to watch it again. So I've turned my mind to some of the comments that you made and some of the questions, and I'll try to address those. And certainly feel free to ask questions at the end. So on slide 1, how do I turn? Oh, there we go. We've stated a few times, I think, that we think it's in the best interest of the community, that ultimately rendering 2 bills to the customer will result in increased costs when considered from a global perspective. So when you take into account the costs that Epcor has and then those outlined in the business plan provided by Monica. And I think Tim uses the bus analogy, which is a good one, that currently we have a bus that's got the water customers and the electricity customers on it. And I appreciate a second bus, maybe a cheaper, more effective minivan, does not mean that we haven't had the investment in the original bus that we will have to continue to operate, and that investment simply doesn't go away. And I recall a question from the previous meeting about why the town would pay a premium when viewed from the lens of the business plan at the time as presented. And so it got me thinking, and I just wanted to do a bit of digging to ensure that the costs that we were providing to the town were in fact cost effective and competitive to the industry. So I made a few phone calls to some colleagues of mine that I know provide third-party billing to utility companies across North America. And without hesitation, the feedback was they're very competitive rates that the residents, even without the discount that Epcor is providing. So I just wanted to let you know that I had done that legwork to ensure that the rates that we're providing to the residents are very, very competitive. In fact, she said she wouldn't bid against the Epcor rates because she didn't think she could win it. So again, I did that little bit of legwork. Next slide, please. In terms of the benefits, obviously there are environmental benefits, which is top of mind, I think, to everybody. Saw the climate report globally, how we're doing, which is not terribly well. But in addition, we plan to offer increased online presence that I know customers want. I would note that there is a cost. We've done a lot of customer conversions to e-billing, and there is a cost to convert. And, certainly one of the benefits is that Epcor would bear the cost of all those marketing campaigns to reaching out to customers, whether that's in form of a communication or incentives. And we're certainly incented to do that. And our proposal does offer preferred pricing to those e-billing customers. So it would be a mutual benefit. And it's certainly, we have a big marketing team over in Edmonton, and they've done lots of customer conversions. So we've already initiated some of those discussions about ideas that we can bring to bear here in Collingwood. I think in addition, we understand that customers prefer the monthly interactions as it helps manage their household budgets. And of course helps in arrears, but from a customer perspective, we feel that they do like that more frequent interaction. I also thought through some of the other feedback in terms of accommodating landlords' access with consent and to the flat billing rate for construction that was also mentioned in the last meeting. And I also appreciate, Mayor, your comments that you felt strongly that the town should bill its service, and made me wonder if we could augment the town presence on the bill through such items as accommodating real or virtual bill messaging in order to highlight the town's brand. And I think we can. And I think we can also address the landlord's concerns. And I also think we can offer flat billing on the construction, some of those other items. So I did want to address those comments. I heard them loud and clear. Next slide, please. Just in terms of risk, I mean, it's our view that the town would be assuming a lot of risk with no material benefit to residents. So they would include the delivery of the business plan, and as I said, we've already, as you know, put $130,000 on the table. Increased cybersecurity risk. I know there is a view that that's there, but with increased information and flow going back and forth, I think the risks are potentially larger. Environmental risk that I mentioned, increased customer confusion and frustration with receiving 2 bills, and all of this taken on with the net impact of being more cost ultimately to the combined ratepayer. Obviously, we would look for efficiencies, but the cost will not go away of that first bus that we described earlier. Oh, and as an aside, we actually did do a cybersecurity audit. Our team from Edmonton did come out and do an audit on our billing system, and there were several recommendations that came out of that, which we're currently implementing. And again, those audits are something that we'll continue to do as part of Epcor with respect to cybersecurity. And of course, we have oversight from the Ontario Energy Board, which is always looking at cybersecurity. And then just in closing, we have a really positive relationship with the town, and we want to build and we want to grow on that relationship. There are a number of really important issues that collectively we're going to have to tackle, not the least of which is pathway to net zero. And we just really hope that we can be your partner, not only in the billing, but in these other matters. And hopefully it'll be a legacy benefit, not just for today's residents, but future generations. And I'm happy to take any comments. I wanted to keep it brief and stick to my 10 minutes allocated. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your coming here, and we appreciate that and providing your comments. Would anyone here have any questions? Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and through you to our deputant. You mentioned that there may be additional cost savings for Epcor going down the road for billing. And I'm wondering if those cost savings would be then passed on to the town.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So I think I was referring to, if we went forward with another rate case and put all these costs into, we would obviously be subject to scrutiny for the OEB, and we would look for efficiencies. I think the 130K that we've put on the table rather, is going to be a stretch for us. We're going to have to look very hard to find that. It's a significant amount of money, and we've committed to doing that. And not compromising reliability or safety or any of the other service initiatives. And then I think, Councillor Doherty, the e-billing, as we move obviously to e-billing, we've offered a lower rate, and we'll continue to move to the e-billing to continue to lower the costs. Those are really what I had in mind. And certainly, as we move forward and we find other things, we'll have a continued dialogue with you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have a few. Certainly we appreciate that Epcor has been our community partner in a lot of events and sponsorships. And I think we're blessed in Collingwood to have companies such as yours that do step up when asked, and sometimes when not even asked. We're a very lucky community. I think there's some confusion I'm hearing in the community about the history of this. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood particularly. So Collis, which was a predecessor to Epcor, was municipally owned. It was owned by the town of Collingwood and was the utility for electricity, water, and wastewater. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when Epcor eventually became the electricity provider, because it was sold, the town sold it, the billing that had been done by the municipal utility for all three of its municipal services was then just sort of rolled over to Epcor?
That's correct. I think there was one ownership in between, which
Yes.
was the town did the 50% joint venture with what is now Electra.
Yeah.
And then the 50%, subsequent 50% were sold. And yes, the billing arrangement continued to be provided for Epcor under the contract that Monica has examined.
Okay. That's what I was sort of wondering.
Question?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. Because it was a bit of a confusion about where has the billing been for these utilities. And I think it started with Collis because it was always a municipal utility, and it's continued because it was expedient to do so, I'll say. And there was also confusion about Epcor, and this is more sort of, emails I've had and so on. So I just looked on your website today. So you're owned by the city of Edmonton?
Correct.
Yeah. And because it's a pretty big company, though, isn't that right? Yeah.
Yes, the ultimate shareholder, we have a single shareholder in the city of Edmonton, but all of our debt is raised publicly. So we have public debt that we're not funded by the city of Edmonton. We simply pay them a dividend on an annual basis. And it's really that structure of independence and governance and the ability to raise funds publicly that has allowed us to expand into the other areas that you would have seen Ontario included on the website.
Okay, and then so I think that since 96, you've paid your profits, which are the dividends, to the city of Edmonton, and you had listed 3.2 billion. That's what I saw on your website anyway.
The
Sound right?
dividend?
Yeah,
I
since 96.
Oh, in total, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, that could be. It's 170, 180,000 a year. Million, sorry.
Yeah.
I lost
It's a million.
But yeah, that sounds about right
Yeah.
on a cumulative basis.
Okay, thank you. We should have thought of that. Good for Edmonton. Jeez. Okay, so I'll ask our staff when we deliberate the item about the risks that you pointed out. But I was interested when the handout you gave about the cost of one bill, which was $650,000 a year. Is then the town paying all the costs of delivering the bills for both the electrical and the wastewater and water?
Well, so that was the number taken from the Monica's business case.
Yeah.
Tim Hesslink, also from Epcor.
Yeah, hi, Tim.
Those are the costs that are allocated. So the costs directly related to the water and wastewater billing. So the overall costs for the utility, I think would be in the 2 to 3 million range. I don't have that number handy of our overall operations and management and admin costs, but this would be an allocated portion of that, costs that are attributable to the water business.
Okay, I get it. So, okay, I get that. And then the cost of two bills, that's the 520 is the new number for Collingwood. And the 435, if we did 12 bills, you didn't take the number that was our ongoing cost, I guess, for that, because that's higher by about, I think, 170,000.
That was our error, but that was certainly the intent.
Yeah, I think I had to look at it today because I was interested in these numbers, and it looked like in the staff report they did an analysis of what the cost would be at the 2-year point, and then it continued for like at year 4. There's sort of a settling of costs, which are lower than that. But
I had thought that we had run rate, so we didn't include. That was what we had put as a comparator.
well, I can pull up my report. Let's see. So 12 bills a year. Year 2, the cost is, may have to get our 435. Is that the number you have in yours? Year 2? Oh, Monica, good. Thank you. I knew I needed a treasurer. Thank you.
Your Worship, sorry, thank you. If I can, through you, just to clarify. So the 435 is the net cost to the town in year 2, which includes additional headcount that we had talked about. So the annual ongoing cost is the 370. So you see that in the 4th column. Mm-hmm. So there's a difference there, about just under 100,000 or 60,000 odd.
Right.
So it's once we get to the normal sort of level of headcount, because we had included an additional body to help us through the transition piece of adding the customers and getting things sorted out. And that contract would end in year 3.
So the ongoing cost was what?
370,000.
Right. Okay. For the 6 bills?
No, pardon me, sorry, for the 12 bills.
Okay, I got it.
For the 6 bills,
yeah,
it would be different, yeah.
Okay. So I guess my big question is, because it's been put out to us that, because this is a complicated issue for our council to come to grips with, because, it makes a lot of sense to me, at least, that it's our utility. Why aren't we billing for it? Why are we paying a company to do that for us and, adding to their profits, basically? So what do you say to that?
Well, I think first of all, you go back in history, originally it was the municipality, but the investment's been made, and I guess it's not a profit center. The 130 savings is not simply, well, we'll take less profit. That's not really the business that we're in providing billing and utility services. We're obviously in the business of providing electricity, safe and reliable electricity. So there isn't sort of this big pool of profit that we set out to do. It's almost, you described it, sort of happenstance that throughout history the billing has landed there, and the IT people landed with the utility, and the other billing people landed in the utility. So it made sense to continue the service and to continue on the investments that collectively we've made. And as I said, I did reach out to colleagues that are in the business of providing billing and customer service to utilities, and that's what they do for a profit. That's not, our business is putting poles and wires and putting capital in to serve customers, and that's really what is our driver in terms from a profit perspective. It's not providing billing services. If it was, and if it was a healthy margin business, we'd probably put it in an affiliate and go market it to other companies, but we don't. So it's more of a cost base, if you will, calculation, which I think, as I said, I did some digging of my own, which means that the residents are actually getting a very competitive, when looked at market, cost to provide these services.
So if it's not a profit center for you, why are you trying so hard to have this business?
Well,
Yeah.
I think it's the right thing, personally.
yeah.
You may disagree, but for the residents, I think it's the least cost. I think that we've demonstrated our customer service numbers are better than prescribed by the Ontario Energy Board. I think Epcor brings a lot to the table in terms of cybersecurity. When I look at it, I just think it's the right thing. Why we're fighting to keep it is because we have the investment in the bus, and it's not going to go away. So, ultimately, we'll have to go back to the Ontario Energy Board and put that into rates, which I don't want to do. I'm not in the business of wanting to increase rates to cover part of those billing costs. I want customers to feel value in the rates that they pay and have safe, reliable electricity service. So that's why I'm here tonight, because I think it's important. I think cost perspective, and I alluded to, ultimately, the Ontario Energy Board will probably look hard at those extra costs we're going to have to put in the rate base, whether that's 500,000 or 400,000. I mean, the numbers. So I suspect we'll be challenged, but I suspect some of those costs we will be able to defend, that they are true costs that we're having now to incur to send the single bill on electricity. So as I said, I think it's the right thing.
So I just want to, I won't go on too long, but I'm so struggling with all this, honestly. So I don't understand why it's going to cost us so much, because if we're not paying the $520,000 a year to Epcor to do the mailing, our costs are relatively small, and over 4 years, we could have $400,000 in our jeans, according to the calculations from the treasurer. So, I'm, and probably we're going to start moving towards e-billing, which, saves a ton of money, right? You press a button as opposed to printing and paper and envelopes and $1 for the postage, and I don't need to tell you. So I can't see, where this is, going to cost us so much to go to our own bill. It seems to be a big savings to me.
It's not the cost to you, it's the cost to the customer. And the residents will then now be bearing the cost of, albeit lesser billing costs, according to Monica's business case, but ultimately the costs that have already been sunk into the billing platform that we're now able to defray by sharing those costs with you, that full burden will have to be borne by the residents through the electricity rates.
Okay, and then just my last comment was in terms of the rates, because, and I'm certainly couldn't claim to know much about setting of rates, except I know it's highly regulated, and you can only put so many things into the rate, and people fight about those things at the tribunal in case you try and stray out of your lane, or not you personally, but electricity companies.
We do like it.
You've had your fair share.
Certainly people testing us, as they should, because we are a monopoly business. So.
Yeah, that's right. So I can't, it doesn't seem to me, and maybe it's not a sure thing that you can recover this from the electricity rates. That's my understanding. Is that right?
It's not a sure thing, but we can certainly demonstrate the costs are real and they're there of these platforms. Trying to think of some of the typical things. Demonstrate a just and reasonable are required for ongoing operations costs. As I said, you may get pushed a little bit on, can you be a little bit more efficient? Can you push on your call center stats to perhaps have fewer people in the call center? But this is a pretty typical cost. I don't recall it being disallowed. Pushed on the efficiency on it, but I wouldn't expect if somebody was saying, is this a risk factor? I would answer that we would. It's.
It just seems odd to me, and I'll just finish with this, that, for almost like a side business of doing our municipal water and wastewater, that you no longer have, if the council was to decide you are no longer doing that business, that the electricity rates, would be affected because you're not doing that business anymore, right?
Platform. You still need the exact same platform. You may have lesser envelopes, but I think the actually water only bill is very nominal, hundreds. So still have the platform and the engine that it has. So you can say it's basically half the engine that the billing platform runs on, and half the people to support and calls, and there may be some efficiencies there.
Sure. Your staff.
Longer wait times or fewer staff, but
or you could move to e-billing.
no, and
Yeah.
That's one of the things that we've committed to. We've given you a much lower rate for e-billing, active campaigns to convert. Question that we'll embark on.
Okay, well, thank you. That's very helpful. Sorry to ask so many questions. Yes, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I hadn't intended on getting into much of this at this point in time. I was waiting until it was an agenda item. I want to express appreciation to Epcor for coming today and reiterating your desire to work together in partnership with the billing. The billing started over 100 years ago, being shared, so it's not just happened overnight. I appreciate the discount that you're providing, and the treasurer's exercise has brought us that no matter what. I would agree that in my experience, there'd be a very good chance that the majority of those costs would be accepted by the OAB to be put onto electric rates. Whether it's 400,000 or 500,000 or 600,000. The other thing that's an uncertainty is, yes, the proposal is that in 2 years we'll be able to end the contract for staffing, but there's no guarantee on that either. As we've said all along, at least I have, and I think others that are in support of continuing the service with Epcor, we feel very strongly that you've given us a discount. We should carry on the service for a period of time, and we have the option to, because we can still do the termination notification and such. And because I do believe the concept of bringing it in-house overall costs the taxpayer more money. So I'll just leave those comments for now, and then I have others for the agenda item.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming. Okay.
Sorry, it took a little bit more time.
Okay. So we have another deputation item, and that would be for the Collingwood Quay, and we have Bennet, MacNeil, and Fred's Serrafero.
Evening, Mayor Hamlin, members of council, staff. Good to see everyone again. I'll be brief. We had a chance to review the opinion letter provided by Brooke McElroy, and we just wanted to reiterate that, we're in full agreement with it. It really captures our initial reasoning. The big thing is we want to maintain that flexibility with that space and give it the strongest chance to thrive. And so that being allowing for that opportunity for the standalone pavilion to have a restaurant space, we've engaged a sales team, and majority, if not all the interest has been focused on that standalone retail pavilion. Again, because it's expandable, it can grow, it's got more outdoor space, potential for a second level. It's got better street frontage and better accessibility from the parking area. So our request would be to put forward the motion for the option 2 for the 150 square meter restaurant commitment, but to allow for it to be in either of the 2 spaces.
Okay,
Answer any questions if
thank you. Any questions? I'm full of questions tonight. I'll be easier though, because I didn't have much time to think about this one.
problem.
No, Mike, no, it's a really easy one. So the feedback, I've been hearing from the community, and because, you've been listening to, is people would like to have a restaurant on the water, and that's, what your company originally agreed to when it was put out at the north end of the site. So if we give the full, if the restaurant was to end up in the blue spot,
Yep.
Is that on the water?
I would argue yes. You still have the launch basin, which has still got water views, and depending on how the space is configured, there's opportunity for water views on the other side too. Again, that would be up to the tenant to see how they would want to program the space, where they'd want back a house, but
Are you saying from the
go over
side
the
that
parking
doesn't?
lot onto the dry dock, looking east.
So I see the parking lot, and then what's that in the tip of the top corner there? What am I looking at?
Sorry, I'm not following which occupation.
So if I'll say the right at the top, that corner there. What is in there?
Oh, the top right corner, that is, I believe, transformer, like that's the electrical service to the restaurant in the building.
Okay, so that's on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. So what you're saying is and then beyond that is water? Okay, I understand. And in front of that building, so there's the patio. If that was a restaurant, there'd be a patio, and then in front of that is a public space?
Correct. So right now, the private patio space is about over 10 feet. It's 5 meters, I believe, actually. So it's
15. Yeah. Mhm.
Then you've got about 3 meters on the internal space. So again, that standalone just offers that additional flexibility. So if the restaurant wanted to be larger, it could expand into the private patio because there's not a minimum setback requirement.
And then with the public space in front of it, and then in front of the public space, is that the water? Is that the launch basin?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks for explaining that. Those are my questions. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. The mayor just alluded to the fact that originally there had been a plan for a restaurant to be on the north side of the building, right on the harbor. So I'm just wondering, what was your rationale for changing it?
There was a number of things. So the first thing was the seasonality, right, and the issue of access to the space. Right now, the promenade cannot be maintained year round. So the winter months, there'd need to be a solution to find access to that space. It would be private, so the water would technically be, unless you were a paying customer, that north end would only be accessible to a private customer. We thought, again, given the lack of street frontage, accessibility, there's a number of other challenges with the service and back of house, providing deliveries and all of that, as well as, we thought the chance being the terminus of Huron, Ontario and Side Launch Way, funneling that downtown traffic, it's the closest, the most accessible parking, deliveries, that restaurant space on the public square would have a better chance of survival. But that's not saying we're still, in lieu of the restaurant on the north end, we're providing, gratuitously dedicating public park that the community can enjoy, again, in perpetuity, and it's space for everybody, while still maintaining a restaurant on the water.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Baines.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to Mr. MacNeil. Just on the restaurant potentially on the north end again, do I understand that customers would have to walk outside in the winter to get to the restaurant?
Yeah, the access was always intended to be via the public promenade.
Right, that's what I understood. And where would that customer be parking their car?
Well, if there was a restaurant on the north end,
right.
It would be more or less the same layout in terms of parking as it is now on the surface.
Right.
So that space is intended for visitor and commercial parking.
Understood. And could not back of the shop, if that's your back of the house, excuse me, deliveries not be delivered in the underground parking and then get an access through an elevator or something up to the restaurant? Hypothetically?
I mean, hypothetically, anything's possible, but it would be very challenging and quite cost prohibitive to accommodate that. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Two more questions. The difference between the pink and the blue as far as two potential sites for a restaurant, what will be the determinant as to which site would be chosen?
Well, again, based on the conversations that our sales team has been having with potential businesses, they like the fact that it's got the direct street frontage from Side Launch Way. It's got the flexibility and size. It's easier to access from a back of house standpoint, deliveries and all that thing. And pedestrians, again, parking in the parking lot, have a closer walk to the space. And again, in Collingwood with the winters you have, that they see as a value add.
Last question. You had mentioned, I believe, in the blue spot, a second floor is...
Yeah, the zoning will permit 2 stories for that space.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
Okay. Any other council? Nope. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is community announcements, and we'll start with our deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. The first one I wanted to start off with was this past Saturday. Myself and Councillors Jeffrey, Potts, Ring, and Perry attended the Central Park Arena when MPP Saunderson was on hand to recognize funding that, when included with the $308,700 from 2020, amounts to over $400,000 from Trillium's Growth Grant and Resilient Communities Fund programs. The original funding was for work in conjunction with the Environment Network, Elephant Thoughts, Collingwood Youth Centre, and the town of Collingwood to put into operation a fully serviced canteen. The enhancement grant is to purchase additional equipment. As Carrie McDonald, Executive Director of the Environment Network, said, This further funding will ensure the continuing success of this new entrepreneurial program. The canteen funds go to the Youth Center's Foodies program. Students of the program work at the canteen, learning life skills while also honing their culinary talents. This is a great program for so many reasons. We commend all involved and, of course, thank the province for all of their assistance. The other item I'd like to bring up is Grey Bruce Big Brothers Big Sisters has extended its service territory into Collingwood area. And so as part of their major fundraiser, Bowling for Kids' Sake, there will be bowling evening on Thursday, April the 20th, with 2 sessions, 6 to 7:30 and 7:30 to 9. And you can find out information about that on graybruce.bigbrothersbigsisters.ca on their website. And I was hoping, I'll be hoping to put at least one team of council, or maybe 2, for some friendly competition, and I'll be in touch in that regard. And a big thanks goes out to Bruce Power and Century 21, who are the major sponsors of the event. And just one last one, I've mentioned this before, McHappy Day is a well-known annual fundraising event that has always been tremendously successful. And now McDonald's is wanting to give back further to the community and is organizing their first annual charity dinner and dance on April the 15th, 2023. And tickets can be purchased directly and on their website, and all the details are there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Just to add to the Deputy Mayor's comments on Central Park, he failed to mention the chocolate chip cookies we got, which will be everybody's favorite. So I'm just saying. So first, I would just start by congratulating our Collingwood Junior Blues on moving on to the next round of their hockey playoffs. And those games are going to be taking place between March 22nd and April 4th. And they're going to need all of us out there supporting them. So I hope that you will put that on your radar to get out to the arena. And then for this Thursday at noon, I'm pleased to be moderating a conversation on behalf of FCM, where panelists will offer their perspectives on the federal government's new national adaptation strategy and action plan, and discuss the new federal funding and innovation support to tackle climate risks. So I will be joining Dawn Iveson, who is the Executive Advisor of Climate Investment and Community Resiliency at Cooperators, Julie Wright, who's Director of Partners for Action from the University of Waterloo, and Sarah Miller from the Canadian Climate Institute. It's going to be a fantastic conversation helping communities get from that plan of action to seeing results in our communities. So I think I sent everyone the link, but anyone in the community who's interested, if you simply Google FCM Collective Webinar Series, you will find it there. So anyway, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just 2 things. A salute to our staff and to our community for the hugely successful celebration of International Women's Day. On March 8th, we had sold-out events wherever they were held, and just unbelievable that the town was able to get Julie Black to come out to the town event. So thank you for that. And Collingwood Climate Action Team are hosting their first in-person event on Thursday night at 6:30 at the library. So anyone who is interested in learning a little bit more about what the Climate Action Team are involved in particular our climate strategy for the town, would be welcome to attend. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houston.
Councillor Doherty already beat me to the punch there. I was going to mention the Collingwood Climate Action Team event on Wednesday, so that's all I had.
Oh, okay. Councillor Ring.
Pots.
Pots.
They look.
And I've been drinking Pepsi too. I have no excuse.
The Collingwood Sports Hall of Fame. They have announced their induction ceremony Saturday, May 13th at the Collingwood Legion, starting at 5 p.m. The guest speaker this year will be Terry Gregson, retired NHL referee. And inductees, Harvey Perrin is a builder, Raymond Sheffield is an athlete in hockey, and the 2017-2018 Collingwood Blackhawks Adam AE3 hockey team. Tickets are $45. That includes dinner. If you're interested in attending or want further information, you can contact Jim Malley at the Blue Mountain Golf and Country Club. On the note of the Hall of Fame, the Hall of Fame room that's in the Eddie Bush Memorial Arena is open to the public for public viewing. I encourage any residents to take some time to stop by and celebrate and acknowledge the long-standing sports history in Collingwood. And last item, best of luck to our Collingwood Blues, our Collingwood Junior Blues, and our Collingwood Lightning as they make their playoff runs for another successful season. That's everything.
Yeah. Okay, now Councillor Ring. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin by saying happy first day of spring. The spring equinox will arrive exactly at 9:24 this evening. Anyways, on March 9th at the Collingwood Leisure Time Club, a very well-attended public information session was held regarding the proposed Wilson Sheffield Park. This park is planned to be on the adjacent property south of the Admiral Collingwood Elementary School on Day Drive. This park proposal includes 3-on-3 basketball courts, 3 tennis courts, 6 pickleball courts, a children's playground area, green space and pollinator area, public washrooms, change rooms, and 42 off-street parking spots. There'll also be cycling and pedestrian access from the park to the train trails. Anyone wanting to submit their comments, design ideas, and recommendations regarding this park still have until Thursday, March 23rd. So I encourage anybody that has some comments or would like to get them in. That's all I have.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'm pleased to announce that over the last year, the Nottawasaga Lighthouse Preservation Society, NLPS, has had several meetings with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation to discuss the remediation of the soil around the base of the Nottawasaga Lighthouse. DFO is planning to start this project this fall. This is a critical step forward to ensure that the lighthouse can be transferred to the NLPS and restoration of this historic icon can begin. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Well, that's good news. Okay, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I continue to be the champion of the library. Anyway, at the Collingwood Library, the Children's Chess Club is returned. Yay. This is a drop-in program that takes place every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m. And each session consists of a chess lesson and a mini tournament. Also, the current art show is Exuberant Expression by Mirren Edgar. This show will be displayed during March and April, and the bursts of vibrant color are perfect for lifting your spirits during the rainy spring weather. And quite a few of us have seen those paintings. They're quite vivid. Also, our Ready, Set, Read program pairs children with adult volunteers who can assist with literacy skills and homework. This is a drop-in program that takes place every Thursday from 4 to 5 p.m. If you are unable to attend this program, the library has a new database, BrainFuse, which offers live tutoring, skill building, lessons, and a language lab. For more info and details on many of these other amazing programs and events, please call the Collingwood Library at 705-445-1571 or visit the library website at collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca. And that's it.
Thank you. Well, what I found, so I have two things I wanted to mention. One is I have had a whole series of letters, handwritten, arrive on my desk in the last few days from the first Collingwood Girl Scouts, sharing me their views on how sad it is we have homelessness in town. So anyway, I'm going to be responding to them and inviting. Maybe I'll go see them and maybe invite them to come here because we're going to have some interesting discussions here, I know, coming up on homelessness as well. So I just thought I'd mention that these young women have taken the time to write me, and anyway, I'm grateful for that. The second thing I'll just mention, because sometimes I'll use this spot just to talk about what I'm doing as mayor, but there's a group called Lambda Alpha. It's an international society that was created in 1930 to help foster the study of land economics. And I was invited, there is a chapter called the Simcoe chapter. There's not many in Canada, just a few. But I was invited to join it a number of decades ago, and then when I left practice, I stopped going. But anyway, I've been invited to go as a guest. So I'm going on Thursday night down to the city for their dinner. And because who's coming to speak? Max Ream and their planner from Bouse Fields on the MZO. So I'm going to go down, have a listen, and I can report back. So those are my announcements. And so we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the reports and minutes of other committees. So the first one I have to be moved is the minutes of the following boards be hereby received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Collingwood Public Library Board minutes, February 23rd, 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? That would be Councillor Potts and Councillor Houston. Thank you. Any comments? All those in favor? That's you. Oh, you have a comment? Okay. Councillor Doherty. I was too fast there.
Yeah, that's okay. Actually, it's a question, and I guess it would be through you to Councillor Perry. And in the minutes, there's a reference to upcoming acquisition of a book bike at the library, and I'm just wondering, what is a book bike?
All right. So a book bike is, don't worry, I've been warned. Thank you, Councillor Doherty. A book bike is, to make it simple, we're all a little bit older in here. We all remember the Dickie D ice cream guys. So basically what a book bike is something very similar, but it's done up. I've seen some drawings of it. It looks amazing. It's all fancy colors, pastel colors, very, very eye appealing. And it's a bike that they were kind of all fighting over who's going to ride, but it's a bike that they're going to take down during the summer down to Sunset Point and basically have a mobile book bike that it's exactly as it's titled. They're going to ride around Sunset Point, I'm sure come down here, Ontario, and offer books for basically kids. And it's a fantastic idea. I can't wait to see it come to fruition, and it's on schedule for this summer. So
That's terrific.
it is a great
good.
idea.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
So just through you to Councillor Perry, the next step would be a buck sled, wouldn't it?
A buck sled, but yeah, I can pull one behind my snowmobile for the winter.
Work on that
Fantastic.
after the
We
success of the book bike.
We can do it on the town snowmobile trails.
Okay, any other comments on the minutes? All those in favor? Thank you. It's unanimous. Okay. The next motion is that the council receive the Corporate and Community Service Standing Committee report from its meeting held March 6, 2023, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Jeffrey, any comments on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. So we have a couple of staff reports before us. The first one has to do with the post-COVID downtown boulevard patio and retail display review. And we have a motion here before us that, did staff want to present anything on this? No. Okay. Okay, there's no staff report at this time. So the option 3 that came from the committee, that council endorse the revisions to the Boulevard Encroachment Program by enacting a bylaw to implement revised Town of Collingwood temporary downtown patio and retail merchandise program standards with the implementation of a further reduced speed limit along Hurontario Street of 30 kilometers an hour, and not endorse the Ontario Traffic Council restaurant patio guidelines within the right-of-way as the town's minimum traffic control standards related to on-street patios, and include a downtown visioning exercise, including the future uses of Ontario Street in the proposed 2024 budget. And that bylaw number 2023-026 being a bylaw to permit encroachments onto public boulevards within the town of Collingwood specific to the downtown temporary commercial patio and retail display program be enacted and passed this 20th day of March 2023. And that bylaw number 2023-027 being a bylaw to amend the 2023 fees and service charges specific to patios and retail merchandise displays on the boulevard be enacted and passed this 20th day of March 2023, and that bylaw number 2023-028, being a bylaw to reduce the speed limit on highways within the downtown, be enacted and passed this 20th day of March 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Doherty, thank you. Any comments? Councillor Houston.
Between our last meeting discussing the patio fees, I've had a lot of conversations with restaurant owners, and I've had some follow up with staff. And it came to my attention that prior to 2020 and the pandemic, the only fees associated with the patios were the application fee. And that at the time was only a one-time fee, as opposed to the proposed annual. So while this is not a significant revenue source for the municipality, these fees do have a significant impact on the restaurants' bottom lines in our community, adding costs to businesses which are already facing narrow profit margins because of skyrocketing supply costs and recovery loan repayments, which are coming due at the end of this year. I think it's important to consider that while patios do benefit the restaurant, they also bring with it additional economic and community benefits for the rest of downtown in this community and far outweigh the revenue that'll be generated by these fees. With these new fees, we could very likely see restaurants that have operated patios for years choose to no longer do so. We're currently moving out of the pandemic, and if our goal is to get back to normal, well, normal was not charging these restaurants fees in the first place. So with that, I'd actually like to propose an amendment to this motion regarding the fees, that all fees other than the annual licensing fee associated with the patios be removed.
Thank you. So that would be an amendment to this motion. Would there be a seconder? Councillor Potts, thank you. Any discussion? Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So are we discussing only the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't need to speak to that. I do want to speak to the...
Okay. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I guess we were all in receipt of communication from various restaurateurs from downtown. I have to admit that I really had to think again about this proposal and my support of it last week. But that said, I do believe that the town should charge some amount for the use of public space downtown. But the amount that is being proposed at $3.50 per square meter per month, when you do the math on that, for a small restaurant, that does become an oppressive amount. But what I was going to suggest as an I thought maybe there might be an opportunity to phase, but we'll continue discussing this amendment first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Baines?
I've thought a lot about this as well, and I'm concerned about equity in the sense that for those businesses that have faced 3 years of the pandemic and are struggling themselves but are not restaurants, I can see them looking to council to say, well, with great respect, we would like some acknowledgement of our pain as well. That being the case, I think it's appropriate that a modest amount be charged, although I can see pushing that out perhaps another year. But as a point of principle, I think if you're using the public space in this manner, I think you should be paying a modest cost back to, if you will, the public purse. I can see this year continuing this exemption, but really only this year, because I really am concerned about a broad base equity for all businesses in the town. And I'm worried that this might establish a precedent as far as that goes. Thank you.
So what I'm hearing is you're looking to see if that would be a friendly amendment to make this a 1-year limit or not. Because if it's not, you'll have to make that a separate
Correct.
situation. Did you want to limit yours to 1 year? No. Okay, so you just keep that under your hat. Are there any other comments on this? Yes, Clerk Gomez.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add for clarification, so it would just be the removal of, I've placed on the screen that the rates that are being charged. So it's the removal of the right-of-way lease rates and maintaining the annual license fee moving forward for those, for the merchandise, sidewalk cafe, sidewalk patio, and on-street patio. And just for clarification, we have regularly through the work of our deputy clerk brought forward a report, and the fees and service charges that are charged for this is supposed to be a cost recovery for providing the service, in addition to the benefit of using municipal property for the business's profit. So we have had it in the past. Council has waived it in the past. So that's where we're at today.
Okay, thank you. I'll just say thank you to Councillor Houston for delving into this a bit because I didn't realize that this was a new charge in essence other than the application fee. So I am of the view that, the day may come when we should be charging for our use of our public space, but I don't think that now's the time, and I do really accept the information that you brought forward in your position as my own. I know that our patios are so important to the vitality of our downtown in the summertime. It's an advantage, obviously, to the businesses who are using them, but also it brings a lot of, I think, other business to the other, or business to the others who are, getting the advantage of the vibrancy that's brought, and it just adds so much to our downtown. So I'm going to support your amendment. Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Just for clarification then, when Clerk almost had the list of fees up there. So the first 4 on that list are all licensing. So you're saying we still pay any of the licensing fees. You're just asking to waiver the 2 for the square footage, the $350 per square foot in both cases.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to answer that? Yeah.
Yeah, just to confirm that. Yeah, that's correct. And I do feel it's important to note that those fees used to be one-time fees, and now they're asking for them to be annual as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Maybe just a point of clarification from Councillor Bain. So a restaurant downtown that would have a patio versus a restaurant that is out of the downtown, what would be like as far as equity, or is there things at restaurants that aren't like, where could we kind of fall into an issue where, businesses could come back and say that they're getting this and we're not? I guess I'm just looking for clarification on that.
Good point. Perhaps none have yet, but I just see that if you're using the public space as this plan envisages, that it's appropriate to pay a fee towards that. And perhaps I'm seeing issues that aren't there or may not be presented, but I think in fairness and equity, that all businesses, if they wish to use public space, ought to be paying a modest amount towards the public purse.
No, that's great. I was just looking for clarification just for my own views here. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. Just procedurally, Mayor Hamlin, through you to the clerk, if this amendment was defeated, can Councillor Bain still bring up the other amendment for 1 year when we've already considered? It'd still be okay?
Sorry, go ahead, Clerk Gomez.
Sorry, I should clarify. It is captured in the fees and service charges that it is reviewed annually. So that will be coming back in the fall before, regardless as well. So
All that, okay. And I don't need to. Right.
Okay, if there's no other comments, we'll vote on the amendment. All those in favor? And those opposed? And so that carries. Thank you. And now the main motion that I've read previously. Yes, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. My initial position that I presented at the committee meeting hasn't changed, but I wanted to provide some clarification since it's been noted publicly that myself and Councillor Potts voted against boulevard or roadway patios. Some of the perception that inquiries that I've had from some members of the public is that I was against patios, and that wasn't the case. I support the roadway patios, but not some of the safety measures of this option. Most specifically, as outlined in the option and on page 16 of the design specifications, not endorsing the Ontario traffic control guidelines. Since the amended report indicates minimal costs to reduce the speed limit, and there is going to be a visioning exercise undertaken in 2024 that will determine, among other things, the appropriate speed, I support the 30-kilometer change. So I was hoping to have severed what would be the second "and" in the motion, where it references. I'll just bring it up here, if I may. And not endorse the Ontario Traffic Council restaurant patio guidelines in the right of way as town's minimum traffic control standards related to on-street patios, as that's what I am not in support of. I'm in support of everything else in the motion.
Okay, so just so I understand, so the Ontario Traffic Control Council guidelines, those are the ones that had the two sort of ugly, but structures that would that would mark off the lanes. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it was.
You would support that.
That was the option that I was supportive of.
Okay, got it. Okay, so we'll break this down into two parts then, the main motion. So the first part, we'd be voting to endorse the revisions to the Boulevard Encroachment Program by passing a bylaw, and we would include the downtown visioning exercise for 2024. And we would be reducing the speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour. Okay, any comments on that? All those in favor? That's unanimous. The second part is, so currently we are not endorsing the Ontario Traffic Council restaurant patio guidelines within the right-of-way as the town's minimum traffic control standards related to on-street patios. Okay, so, and we've heard Deputy Fryer. Do you have anything further to say? No, okay. Anyone else like to comment on that? Councillor, go ahead, Potts.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Hammond. I just wanted to comment on that, just to kind of follow up with Deputy Mayor Fryer before on the last the committee meeting. I was not in support of. I'm in support of patios. It was just going against the endorsing the Ontario Traffic Council, and I was only concerned about liability, and that is a concern I still do have if something were to happen that in the future that we have gone against that. So that's just my comment.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to address this? Councillor Ring?
Your Worship, not being at the last meeting, I didn't hear all the discussion that went on at the time, and after reading the minutes, I also had concern on this option for the same reasons. What I'm asking here is maybe clarification through you to Deputy Tim or Deputy Mayor Fryer. What exactly am I missing something here? Exactly what do you want with pulling that out the way it is? What's going to be different from what we have in front of us now?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, through you to Councillor Ring. The other option of endorsing the Ontario Traffic Council was a stronger barrier,
Okay.
and maybe not aesthetically pleasing, I think is the term I had used. So that was the issue. And is there anything further to that?
No, I'm sorry. That was what I thought you were probably referring to, because there was I had the same concern at the time. But if we reduce the speed to 30, I'm not sure whether that's as big a concern now with me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I will admit that I did consider the implications of not endorsing the Ontario Traffic Council guidelines. But over and above the aesthetics, which we talked about during our last meeting, these are guidelines. Mm-hmm. You know, they are not rules, they're guidelines. They are intended for traveled lanes or lanes that are used for travel and parking. So, where parking is permitted. Where our patios will be located are in space that has never been traveled lane, always been parking lane. We are reducing the speed to 30 kilometers an hour. The patios will be protected on either side, in addition to the town-installed bollards with parked cars or with bump outs. So I feel that our patios will be as safe as they ever could be. And I have no concern of not endorsing these guidelines.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I agree with what's been said here, in particular Councillor Doherty's views, and I'm also happy with the speed limit reduction. I think that'll make a difference as well. Okay, any other comments? So what we're doing is we're voting on whether... So right now it says do not endorse the Ontario Traffic Council. So we're voting to say, yes, we still like that. Okay. All those in favor? And those opposed? Thank you. That's 2 opposed. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. The next one is our report from the Strategic Initiative Standing Committee. And what's before us is as follows. The Council received the Strategic Initiative Standing Committee report from its meeting held March 6, 2023, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report as presented. We have C 2023-11, Procedural Bylaw and Governance Structure Review, and the recommendation was to receive the report and support the pilot committee of the whole council structure, revise meeting schedule, and publish the agenda 5 days in advance of the meeting. That bylaw number 2023-029 being a bylaw to amend procedural bylaw number 2021-090, specific to the governance structure, publishing timelines and meeting schedule be enacted and passed this 20th day of March 2023. Also, we had before us P 2023-07, Collingwood Roundtable on Economic Development. The recommendation is to appoint the mayor and up to 2 members of council as members of the roundtable, with the mayor acting as chair, run appointments concurrently with council term, and endorse staff report P 2023-07 to guide the structure and activities of the roundtable. We also had T 2023-07, 2022 investment report that was received for information. And lastly, T 2023-08, 2022 debt report, which we also received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Perry and Councillor Jeffrey. Any comments on any of that? Or yes, Councillor Doherty.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I just have one question that I'd like to put through you to the clerk with regard to the procedural bylaw changes, which I am generally in support of. But I had one concern about the way it's worded, or how I'm understanding it, is that council meeting will immediately follow committee of the whole meeting, regardless of when committee of the whole ends.
Yes, go ahead, Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the council meeting would begin and the committee of the whole occur after the council meeting. At 2:00, the council would ratify the previous decisions of the last committee of the whole. We'd have that council meeting to ratify those decisions or reconsider those matters as necessary. And then once that agenda is completed, we'd move into committee of the whole to address new business that would be ratified in 2 weeks at the first council meeting at the 2 p.m. time.
Okay, thank you. So that's something that I misunderstood. So that concern goes away. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So my main concern in terms of this changes, even though I did vote for the changes at the last meeting, was truncating public input. And if you put a committee of a whole before a council, you really choke the timeline available if you have issues with which you receive a lot of public input. So I have a concern backing up a public council meeting. Like, I just want to be sure. It's one of my biggest concerns has been public input. And I just want to make sure we're not damaging or impeding that in any way with this format.
Go ahead, Clerk Gomez.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's a great question. That's one of the key items when we're looking at governance review options, is ensuring that we're not taking away from those public pieces. This is a pilot that we're going to be analyzing for the next few months. It wouldn't be implemented until May, but that's something that we're going to have to watch as a key piece. And if we have to allow, there's been thought about whether deputants too could speak potentially at a council meeting, or whether the deputations or delegations, even unregistered, could speak right at one time, maybe even prior to a staff report. So I think we'll have to feel which is best, but we definitely don't want to discourage public participation and try and enhance it.
Okay. Councillor Baines?
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey, can you give us a for instance? Because I think as we just discussed, if the council meeting's at 2:00, then you go into which has reviewed the previous committee of the whole. Then you go into a committee of the whole at 5:00. If a citizen had concerns about anything that was discussed, presumably in committee of the whole at the 5:00, it would then be their opportunity to come back the next council meeting at 2:00, 2 weeks hence, correct? So
I think I'm going to ask the clerk to just hold that, but the 5:00, it's not starting at 5:00, is it? No, I think we'll just clarify one of your points. If you could just repeat that again. Yeah.
Thank you. I think the concern is we obviously can't judge exactly how long the council meeting is going to take. And if the public is watching and the council meeting is taking a little bit longer, or so if the council meeting takes approximately an hour and a half to complete, and then we take a brief recess before we move into committee of the whole, it's keeping those members of the public engaged to stay through the committee of the whole to provide their input. But that is correct, your commentary, that regardless, if they miss their opportunity at the more informal committee of the whole, they can always register as a deputation at the following council meeting before the decision is ratified.
And it's not necessarily that we'll start at 5.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I think that's the main point. Did you want Councillor Jeffrey, though, to answer anything?
No, I think that.
No. Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Fryer?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And in addition to the clerk's explanation, because I, too, want to make sure that we've not done that, that we continue to have public input, with committee of the whole, there still is that opportunity. So if somebody came in and actually the item had been already dealt with, there is the opportunity at the end of the committee of the whole agenda for 5 minutes for somebody to speak. So if they made the trip and were there, they could still make their comments. And then following up on Councillor Baines' talk, technically, if they missed out on the whole committee of the whole, they'd still be able to make a delegation request for the council meeting before the matter was finalized. So hopefully that will help serve that.
Yeah, I think that's important. And I know it goes without saying it's a priority of all of us to hear from our public, and we'll just be flexible, to make sure we hear people on topics they want to speak on. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And just to respond to that, it also is the timing of their input. I think that a lot of people would feel that if we've already had a vote and we've already made our decision, the initiative or the incentive for them to appear is maybe feels a little more defeating. And I think for me too, to make the decision or make my vote, I'd rather hear from them before I even if it's just the committee vote, I hear from them before. So I think it's going to be a very important education and awareness process for us to explain to the public so that they're aware of how it works and that they don't miss those opportunities. But I think it's also on us as the timing when we get the information. Sure, they can catch up at the end, but if we've already gotten into our process or our vote and our position, then we have to break it all down and start all over again. So I think it's about timing of receiving that information as well.
Well, with that in mind, I have a question for our clerk. Would we avoid this problem if we had our committee of the whole meeting at 2:00 so that the public would know 2:00 the meeting starts and they'd have pretty much know when their deputation's going to be. And then if council followed, we don't normally have deputations at council. Is that something?
Thank you. I can address that question. We did contemplate committee of the whole first, but there's been a long-standing concern too that individuals that are working throughout the day have less opportunity to come in the daytime. So for that reason, it was felt that the after the council meeting would be a better opportunity. And we've contemplated too, and how the procedural bylaw is arranged is we could even arrange the committee of the whole that a delegation section be heard at the same time as the deputation. So if you're a registered deputant, you get your 10 minutes. A delegation can be heard up front. They only get their 5 minutes, but they could speak before the matter as well. So there's a few options that we might have to massage as we work through this, but.
And it strikes me maybe it would be helpful as things unfold as we actually have fixed times for people to come as opposed, so anyway, I know it. Anyway, I've said what I said. That might work out the easiest. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. I was going to make the same comment. I still feel that it would be better if we had fixed times so that people knew exactly when the meetings were going to start. As an example, council meetings where a public meeting is involved, and the public meeting is always scheduled to be the first thing on the agenda. And if we don't have a fixed time for council, in this case, we will have a fixed time for council meetings, but if we didn't, then people might miss a public meeting. And that's in violation of our commitments under the Municipal Act to provide public meetings.
Clerk Thomas, go ahead.
Certainly. So primarily in our standing committee structure, public participation generally occurs at the time of the staff report versus at the very end whenever it's scheduled. And those staff reports aren't identified at a fixed time either. So the public generally has an understanding that, and generally this council too has been very accommodating if they see the gallery is full of specific audience, related to an issue to move the item up. But I think there is a little expectation, but I totally appreciate, from especially a customer service perspective, the importance of having better time management.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, we'll bring this to a vote then. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the the water wastewater utility billing business case analysis. And what's before us is the following. That staff report T2023-06, in-house water wastewater utility billing, business case analysis be received, and that council directs staff to terminate the agreement with Epcor for the utility billing service. This is for water and wastewater. And that staff begin preparations to complete the water wastewater billing under the direction of the Treasury Department as soon as is practical, but not before January 1, 2024. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Get this on the floor. Councillor Perry. Councillor Baines, thank you. Okay, we'll open the matter. I should just ask if there is any further report from the staff on this.
No, thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. So we'll just open up the floor for discussion. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. In considering further my position on this, I first again recognize the immediate benefit that Treasurer Quinlan's review initiative has produced. And again, also Epcor's continuing efforts to be a cooperative community partner with the Town of Collingwood. Epcor not only has made concessions of at least $130,000 in regards to their proven billing services, but most recently as well made further significant community contributions at the Enviro Park redevelopment, and with the additional 10 EV charging stations that have recently facilitated the installation of within our municipal boundaries. The Green Button program will be another immediate undertaking as it is rolled out shortly. In addition, I expect extensive partnership work will be required when steps are taken to plan and implement required infrastructure investment to meet what is expected to be significant requirements of growth locally in electric vehicle needs. I believe the forecast is by 2050, our electricity needs will have tripled. And I expect that working very closely with Epcor, as every municipality is going to be facing this type of challenge, is going to be very, very important to the community. I reviewed recently with council, Epcor is basically next to zero return over the past 5 years, but that it didn't curtail them from capital investment levels well in excess of what had been completed by Collis Power Stream. So I won't elaborate or repeat that now, but what I will say is that based on what I see with Epcor's rate filing process, the OEB is making it very difficult, and return hurdles may continue over the next 5 years. I focus on that because I know when I supported the sale to Epcor, I felt it was an infinite time frame that Epcor would be here. When there's challenges from a return standpoint, you start to question whether that will be the case. In addition, I focus on both the cost impact to the taxpayer as well as to the municipal electricity ratepayer. Based on that, as indicated in the staff report, I believe there's a fairly substantial increase in the overall cost. My position continues to be to accept the 20% reduction and continue with the existing partnership, and most specifically the billing services partnership, but also, of course, the many other cooperative efforts like the ones that I have outlined. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Baines?
Thank you, Your Worship. I've been very conflicted by this, actually. Treasurer Quinlan gave an excellent analysis of this and the business case for it. However, I am not convinced that it is the appropriate action at this time for this municipality. Perhaps in, as former Premier Davis would say, the fullness of time being 2 or 3 years. But I think we have so much on our plate in the next number of years that I just fear there's a risk for us to take on yet another project for staff at this point. In addition, the Globe and Mail this morning cited government's, federal and provincial government's responses and lack of it in regard to the cybersecurity threat. It's a huge challenge for any municipality that's faced with that. Not to say that we have been, but God forbid we are. So all in all, in balancing everything, I'm not prepared to support this motion at this time.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to address this? I have a few questions and I'll have a few words. Treasurer Quinlan, can you address the cybersecurity risk question? Would this be a problem for our staff to address?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the members of council and community. I think that the cybersecurity side of things, I'm not terribly concerned about cybersecurity, but the fact is that that type of information is already inherent in our system because we do have the property tax base, obviously, in terms of our financial system. So I think from an additional risk standpoint, I haven't had a chance to speak to our insurance provider whether our cybersecurity liability right now is general or specific. I suspect it is a general case, but I do feel like when it comes to that cybersecurity, it's already inherent in the system. So we already have those types of situations today, and we have insurance to help us cover that. And of course, a very solid IT team that provides disaster recovery and security in terms of what we already provide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Because I do recall when I first became a counselor 5 years ago, I think we had no IT staff. Now we have a whole department and all kinds of things happening there. The other question I had was in terms of whether, we have, because I was quite taken by Councillor Bain's comments about the, whether we have too much going on right now. And it just seemed to me, based on what I understand Epcor has to do to continue with our business and what we'd have to do, where we would both be looking at making some investments. Can you just explain that a bit more?
For sure. So I think, definitely it is a large project. That's why we had requested that 2 staff be brought in. 1 staff would be on a contract basis. I think the biggest part of the investment, and I think Epcor did speak to it, is the financial system. Of course, we already have the financial system in place. That won't go away for us, and we're looking to leverage those efficiencies, just like Epcor is doing the same. So I understand that as well. From a project management perspective, I think we have the right people in the right place and with the right experience to be able to complete it in a successful manner. Will there be bumps? Absolutely. There's bumps in every project, but certainly it was part of our work plan and the expectation was there.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess, my own thought on it is, I think that, Epcor's done a great job and they have been a great community partner. But there comes a time when we can say, we can do our own billing. We really can. And we were doing it when we owned Collis, right? And it was because we sold our public utility that they continued doing it. And all of a sudden we weren't doing our own billing. So the question is, to my mind, as a municipal government, do we want to do our own billing for our utilities that we're looking after, water and wastewater, or do we want to pay someone else to do it? I just can't see why we want to pay someone else to do it. We have a treasurer who we know has done it at Wasaga Beach. She's got a business plan to have it happen. She's run, if we manage to get most of our people onto 6 bills a year, in 4 years we'll have $839,000 in savings. Like, that's a lot for the number of projects we have going on. And even if we were to stay at 12 bills a year, after 4 years, we should have $426,000 to put to one of our projects. I don't get why we wouldn't do it, honest to goodness. And I did hear, there's going to be some of these costs that Epcor is now getting, the advantage of having our business. And if they don't have our business, they're going to go to the board that sets the utility rates and ask for an increase. Well, they might get it. They seem to think they'll get it. They might not get it. Maybe we'll go and make a representation why they shouldn't get it, or maybe it shouldn't be so much. But I think we should deal with one thing at a time. And to me, bringing our utilities in-house is a common sense approach. So anyway, those are my views. Councillor Jeffrey?
So thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So I just want to say that, in my 16 years on serving in public service, I voted in favor of a lot of additions and programming and things that staff request, but I can honestly tell you that not in one case did it not require more resources or another expansion or more pressure on staff. And that's coming from all of my experiences. So in this case, I think it's correct. It doesn't have to be right now. And I do agree with Councillor Baines and his comments that the angst for me is we're going through a huge accommodation cost assessment right now, and that's two places that we don't need to be putting out if we're in an accommodation crunch for staff. And then for all the reasons the Deputy Mayor alluded to based on his experience, I just, as much as I really appreciate the work for the Treasurer, because I think we all have to acknowledge that and the savings that's already been accomplished, I just don't feel like I can jump into this one right now, so I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak before the Deputy Mayor has another say? Do you have an additional thought?
Just in regards to your comments, and I think I'll just provide a very brief history.
Well, we can't get into
history of billing.
Responding to.
No. So the Collingwood Public Utilities, prior to the Electricity Act in 1998 that led to the formation of COLUS, had a hydro and a water department. So the billing was done by the Collingwood Public Utilities. When COLUS was formed, the OEB wouldn't allow it to be done by the water department and billed over to the electric. So that's how the service transferred over to COLUS at the time. And then, as already mentioned, COLUS Power Stream ended up taking over, and now Epcor. So I just wanted to give that history.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So, what we have before us is the resolution to terminate the agreement with Epcor and take it on next year. Okay. All those in favor? And those opposed? So that does not pass. Okay. The next item is the staff report regarding 135 Huron-Ontario Street and its heritage permit, and the resolution is as follows: that the heritage permit application for 135 Huron-Ontario Street be deemed complete and staff be directed to issue a notice of receipt to the applicant. And further, that the issuance of the heritage permit to demolish the existing single-story rear addition, build a new rear addition, and alter the second-story rear facade at 135 Huron-Ontario Street be approved in accordance with the recommendation of the Town of Collingwood's Heritage Committee. And further, that staff be directed to issue the heritage permit within 90 days of serving the applicant with a notice of receipt. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Potts and Councillor Perry. Any comments on this one? So bring that to a vote. All those in favor? And that's passed unanimously. Thank you. The next item is P2023-03, the Collingwood Quay proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. And the recommendation is as follows: that staff report P2023-03, proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, Collingwood Quay lands, be received. And further, that official plan amendment number 47 attached as Appendix A be adopted and submitted to the County of Simcoe for approval. And further, that the amending zoning bylaw attached as Appendix B be enacted and passed. And then there's two bylaws. So what I'm going to suggest here is that we just go back. So because there's two options. Okay, so that bylaw number 2023-18 being a bylaw to adopt amendment number 47 to the OP of the Town of Collingwood be enacted and passed this 20th day of March 23. And we'll come back to those options in a minute. And that bylaw number 2023-19 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw being enacted and passed this 20th day of March 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder get this on the floor? Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. I'm just confused as to how we can put this on the floor without an option. I would like to propose option 2.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. So how about we'll go back? Well, let's do the first part, which is that we received the staff report. And in order to do that, we're going to have our planning director give her review and tell us about these options. Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We do have a few remarks this evening, as you will have noted that the staff report before you is amended from when you last received it. So you will certainly recall that there was recently some concurrent applications for an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment that were presented to you to facilitate a mixed-use project on the property known as Collingwood Quay, and you did hear from the proponent earlier in the meeting during the delegations. Part of the applications involved the removal of the requirement for a restaurant use at the northern tip of the site. And Robin, if we could have the image placed back up on the screen, please. And the proponent did provide you with a rationale as to why that was less feasible for a viable restaurant. You'll also recall that there was significant negative pushback from the public, and in response, the developer had presented a compromise position, which would allow the retention of the public promenade around the entire exterior of the site, along with a public plaza at the northern end, which allows for activation and food trucks, and also provided a commitment for a minimum 150 square meters restaurant at the southwestern part of the site. And that's where you see the highlighted 2 commercial spaces, one in pink and one in blue on the screen. So through deliberation, Council passed resolution that had 4 primary effects. So the first effect was confirming that a peer review of the retail feasibility study, which included the viability of the restaurant use at the north end, was not required. The second effect was to direct staff to revise the concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments to require the 150 square meters of ground floor commercial space for a restaurant adjacent to side lawn space and the promenade, as well as at the north side of the town-owned plaza. So that would be exclusively for restaurant use, and to orient you, that is the pink parcel. So we have revised the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment as directed by council to require a restaurant use in that pink parcel. During the same resolution, the report was referred back to staff to seek an opinion from Brooke McElroy on the revised proposal and how that fit within the overall context and vision of the shipyards as outlined in the waterfront master plan. And council did set a target date of return to the March meeting cycle, and that is why we're before you today. There was also a fourth part of that resolution, which was to ensure that the proposed promenade around the exterior of the site be designed to accommodate for winter clearing, and that would be done through the future site plan control application. So at this point, staff are in receipt of the opinion letter from Brooke McElroy, and that is included in your agenda package, and we have also amended the staff report accordingly. As a brief summary, the consultant confirms that the application addresses the key priorities of the waterfront master plan by providing walking connections around the pedestrian promenade and high-quality mixed-use development at-grade uses. The consultant further did suggest, and as outlined by the proponent earlier this evening, that additional flexibility may be warranted so that the commercial restaurant could either be accommodated in the pink or the blue locations as you see on the screen. So bearing all of that in mind, staff have presented 2 main options within the amended staff report. And we would note that both are supportable from a professional land use planning perspective. So the first is to carry on with council's original direction, which was a waterfront restaurant would be required in that location that you see highlighted as pink on the screen. We would note also that you could choose the blue location, but the direction thus far has been for the pink. The second option before you today is to align with the consultant's recommendation, and that would allow the proponent the flexibility to accommodate the restaurant in either the pink or the blue locations that you see on the screen. So the two options is one, to direct the proponent to specifically be in the pink or the blue, or allow them the flexibility to choose either location. Staff did also highlight the third option, which you could revert back to the original staff recommendation, which was to permit but not require a restaurant use on the site, but that might not be viewed as palatable given the public concerns expressed and the compromise position proposed by the developer. So we have staff have prepared official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments that could align with either of the options that you choose. So we are prepared and ready to move forward in whatever fashion you wish this evening. And we also have community planner Tico joining us virtually if you have detailed questions about the application. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to provide that clarification.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And Clerk Thomas, could you give us some direction? What's the best way to move forward on this?
Certainly, Your Worship. I'm understanding that Councillor Jeffrey wants to move forward with option 2. We can just put the whole motion on with option 2. And if that's not the case, then it's defeated. Then we'll put the motion back on with option 1.
Okay, so would there be a seconder for option 2? Councillor Potts, thank you. So this would be, and if I can make reference to the last part of the recommendation here before us, that bylaw number 2023-18 is the bylaw to adopt amendment number 47 with respect to the second option, and a similar zoning bylaw amendment with respect to the same option, and that means that both the pink and the blue area would be available, or either for the restaurant. Right? Okay. So did I get a seconder? Yes, that was you. Okay, comments? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much. I very much support this option, as you can tell by moving it. And, you know, I thought going to Brooke McElroy for that opinion was an unnecessary step. But for the estimated cost of $1,800 and having the letter in hand substantiating what I think our staff read and interpreted out of the existing documents as they were, I just think it gives us that extra confidence that going with this option is the right one in terms of that development. So I do appreciate being able to receive it, and again, very much support this option. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any, Councillor Baines?
Thank you, Your Worship. To call upon my experience as a mediator for 23 years, I would say to all the individuals who commented, critical, if you will, that the restaurant wasn't being positioned at the north end, the best deal for all parties is the deal really that nobody likes. And I would put it to you that probably the developers really don't like this as their number one option, and to the public themselves who are upset that there isn't a restaurant at the north end, they won't like this either. But if you're prepared to live with it, and I certainly am, I think it's a good outcome essentially for all parties. And that's why I'm going to support this option. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much. I was actually very surprised at the public reaction to the notion that the restaurant would be eliminated entirely from the northern part of the development. But I was satisfied, actually, when I saw the report from Brooke McElroy that they, would recommend or would be happy with the proposed alternate location for the restaurant, and also their recommendation that some flexibility be provided as to exactly in which facility the restaurant would be located. But I do have a concern, not necessarily with this particular development, but just generally speaking, as we go toward the completion of the waterfront. Brooke McElroy referred to high-quality mixed use. That was the intention of the waterfront master plan. And I don't believe that we have achieved that. We gave up the opportunity for a mixed-use application previously. We have 200 feet of inactive frontage between Rexall and the parking lot heading down to Side Launch Way, which is a travesty, and it's certainly not on anyone around this council table or any staff. But there you have it. It's a fail, in my view. So I just feel that our opportunities to achieve a really high quality, mixed use, animated waterfront are diminishing, and we are going to have to be really vigilant in the next few applications for developments that we see coming forward before the full completion of the waterfront.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? I have to say, when this first came forward, I was, disappointed because I know there have been a lot of community input into the unfolding of our waterfront master plan, and the restaurant had been agreed to by everyone and being out on the water. But as things have unfolded, and I have had a good look and thought about this, I think what's important at this stage is that we are getting in return the public promenade around the whole of the spit. And at the north end, there will be a larger area for the public to sit, and maybe some food trucks, and we've heard some possible alternatives for out there. So I think that's very positive. And also that we have heard from Brooke McElroy, who really held our hand through the waterfront master planning, to say that, in his view, this satisfies the key components of that exercise. And also, my common sense tells me that as we get into our visioning exercise for downtown, this building's built, the public area around the south end of that building's built, we will have this connection from our downtown finally. And that restaurant will be one of the first things that we come to. And as we've heard from the discussion during the deputation, either of those spots will face out onto the water, which will be such an important added benefit. So I will also support option 2. Councillor Doherty.
If I may, Your Worship, I just wanted to add one comment. And I had questioned the Director of Planning whether other uses could be added to the list of exclusions for the commercial part of the development. Because, as I alluded to earlier, a drugstore, medical and business offices do nothing to attract pedestrian traffic or to keep people down at the waterfront. So I had asked if we could exclude business offices specifically, or if we could exclude a drugstore specifically, or as far as that concerns, if we could exclude fast food. And the answer is no, that the zoning has been as it exists right now for some time, and there is not an opportunity to become more specific on the exclusions. But I hope that the proponent, as they entertain various commercial interests, for the space that will be located at the south of the building will be cognizant of the kinds of retail or commercial applications that do generate traffic and do create animation and are the kinds of facilities that our public are looking for on the waterfront.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to ask, just as a follow-up to that, a question of Director Valentine. The restaurant we're speaking about, and whether it's option 1 or 2, will that restaurant be a required use for either of those spaces?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to respond to that question, if you are choosing option 2, the restaurant is a requirement at the southwest corner of the site. However, the proponent has the option to accommodate that use either in the pink area that was identified on the screen, which keeps disappearing, or the blue area. So it does require the restaurant, just provides some flexibility in where in that southwest corner it's accommodated.
And then the concern that Councillor Doherty is speaking of, that's for the alternate space that isn't the restaurant? Is that where those uses would fit in? Yeah, thank
that
you.
would be correct.
Okay, any other comments? All those in favor have option 2, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Fryer, if you can hear me, please come back in. Thank you. So we have 2 motions here today. The first one is my own, and thankfully our deputy clerk has made it shorter. I'll just start reading. Whereas the town of Collingwood is a member of the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative, supports promoting source water, planning for climate change impacts and shoreline resistance, ensuring safe and affordable water services for all our residents, and building up a sustainable blue economy in the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River Basin. Whereas ensuring healthy communities and a strong economy for Canadians depends on securing Canada's water source, which includes addressing water quality issues, contaminants, and pollution, supporting biodiversity and reversing wetland and fish and wildlife habitat loss, and improving community knowledge to empower citizens to safeguard this essential resource. Whereas a freshwater action plan and a Great Lakes Protection Initiative, as outlined in the attached memorandum, provides background information in support of the need for investment from the federal government and critical need to implement a strengthened freshwater action plan, including accelerating a $1 billion over 5-year and to create a Canada Water Agency to consolidate and coordinate federal water efforts and support province and territories in addressing systematic issues impacting the viability of the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River Basin and the communities dependent on the region's source water. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town of Collingwood calls on the federal government to commit $1 billion in funding over 5 years for a strengthened freshwater action plan in budget 2023, guide its freshwater action plan funding to implement recommendations in the action plan 2020 to 2030, direct priority funding under the strengthened freshwater action plan to projects in the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence River Basin, and make municipalities eligible for future funding in programs announced under the strengthened freshwater action plan. Be it finally resolved that the town of Collingwood directs its staff to submit this resolution to the federal Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, who's responsible for the Canada Water Agency, and our local Member of Parliament. So I'm moving that. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Doherty? Would there be any comments? Oh, pass the gavel. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Over to you.
I was going to ask before you started to read it if you wanted me to assume
yes,
the chair, but
I
I
do.
thought I'd wait until
Yeah.
after. So we have a motion. And the seconder is, sorry, Councillor Jeffrey.
No.
And I will open the floor to anyone who would like to speak if they, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. My thanks to the mayor for bringing this motion forward. It's timely, and I'm so glad to see it. If I could, I'd like to offer an amendment that hopefully she will take as friendly to copy also FCM and AMO on this resolution.
Yes, that's fine.
That's accepted. And anything further, Councillor Doherty?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay, and I believe Councillor Baines would like to speak.
I'd just like to make the comment that to support this motion, that I've been reading reports from the federal government, particularly around climate change and the potential effects on the Great Lakes in the next 70 years. The swing can be anywhere from 3 feet lower to about 10.5 feet higher than it is now. Just outrageous swings. Now, there's a whole probability in there, and it's a mathematician's delight in trying to figure out where these go. But again, with incredible deluges of rain to parchment, I mean, it just sounds apoplectic, apoplectic, it's apocalyptic, excuse me.
It's close.
You got me there. Perhaps it's both. At any rate, I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Anyone who would like to further speak? I don't see any. And Mayor Hamlin, you go ahead.
I just want to say that, it goes without saying how important the Great Lakes are to our country. And having the largest bodies of freshwater lakes in the world, and here we really owe it to ourselves to take good care. And not only that, of course, it practically affects us and our shoreline and everything we do. The Liberal government has promised this $1 billion in funding, and so what this motion is about is let's get it in the budget. Let's get going. So, thank you.
Well, no further comments. I call to vote then. All in favor? That's unanimous. And I will pass the chair back to Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. The next motion is from Councillor Perry, and I'll let you read that in.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Just let me get it up here. Okay. That council approve a request for $5,000 for Georgian Bay Forever to support the hiring of local summer students to conduct weekly shoreline cleanups and to educate the community on the efforts of plastic pollution, as well as work with and train youth and adult volunteers.
Thank you. Would there be a seconder? Councillor Baines, thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Jeffrey.
Just the usual question, where in our budget does this come from? And I guess that's through to the treasurer.
Yes, go ahead, Treasurer Quinlan.
My apologies, I was not following along there. Which section are you looking at?
Sorry, this is, we're at item 12.2, and it's the $5,000 for the Georgian Bay Forever, where that money would come from in our budget.
My apologies. My apologies for that. The council grants budget is set to accommodate the $5,000.
Councillor Perry?
If nobody else wants, thank you, Mayor Hamlin. If nobody else wants to comment, I did write down a couple notes on this yesterday, if you would allow me. I'd like to thank Ms. Morrison and Georgian Bay Forever for their presentation last March 6th. To be honest, I was shocked that cigarette butts are by far the #1 commonly collected piece of litter on our shorelines, but looking a bit closer at it, I shouldn't be surprised given the number of cigarette butts I see in the streets and being thrown out of cars. It's only logical most of them would end up in the bay. I also would like to mention the amount of lint fibers that end up in our waters. I assume they were all collected during the sewage treatment process, and in fact most are, but it's a process that happens after treatment that the fibers do in fact end up in our local waters. I'd like to ask that everyone, including this council, to look into having washing machine filters installed in their own homes if possible. I certainly am. Studies have shown that these filters can divert roughly 88% of microfibers during the laundry process. My family and I use the bay and shoreline most of the year. It is one of the many reasons we live in this wonderful area. I'd like to help keep it that way and in a better state for future generations, and I believe this $5,000 grant is a step to assist Georgian Bay Forever continue their great work and help educate all of us on how we can do our part to protect it.
Great, thank you. So I'll bring this to a vote then. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The next item is our bylaw for the gas tax funding. It reads as follows, that bylaw number 2023-030 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of the letter of agreement for the use of the dedicated gas tax funds for the public transportation program between His Majesty the King and right of the province of Ontario and the town of Collingwood be enacted and passed this 20th day of March 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Houston and Councillor Perry. Any comments on this? Yes, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I'm going to ask a question of Treasurer Quinlan through you. And I will apologize in advance because I forgot that I was going to ask this, or I would have sent a note earlier. So hopefully it's an easy answer. In the letter of agreement on page 2, number 5, it refers to the use of the funds and that they can only be used per guidelines and requirements. Is there a brief explanation on what those guidelines and requirements would be, or is it extensive?
Go ahead, Treasurer
May, Your Worship, through you.
Yes.
It is a bit of extensive, but essentially we are able to cover operating costs, which is primarily where the provincial gas tax goes to in terms of our transit. There are some rules around capital and how that works. There's a certain amount of Canadian content that needs to be within the vehicle and things along those lines. I don't know the exact particulars of that, but we certainly use it primarily for operation.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin.
Good. Okay. Any other comments? Yes, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, and through you to the treasurer. Were either one of these grants anticipated, or were both of them anticipated?
Yes,
If
Councillor.
I may, Your Worship, through you. It is a regular annual grant that we receive from the province, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Did you speak, Councillor Jeffrey?
Maybe for the public's information, the amounts might be helpful if you wanted to share that.
Treasurer, do you have the amounts handy? In our budget, I think. But I don't remember them.
So, pardon me, through you, Your Worship, the total, I'm just looking here, is a maximum amount of up to $347,360.
Thank you. Very good. All right. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. We have a notice of motion here. Over to you, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. Whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, represents the interest of municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within federal jurisdiction, and whereas FCM's Board of Directors is comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide FCM with the prestige required to carry the municipal message to the federal government, and whereas FCM's annual conference and trade show will take place from May 25th to the 28th, 2023, during which time the annual general meeting will be held and followed by the election of FCM's Board of Directors. Be it resolved that Council of the Town of Collingwood, Ontario endorses Councillor Kathy Jeffrey to stand for election of FCM's Board of Directors for the period starting June 2023 and ending June 2024. And be it further resolved that Council assumes all costs associated with Councillor Kathy Jeffrey's attending FCM Board of Directors meetings as per in the budget. It's in the budget.
Okay, so we'll deal with that at the next meeting.
Oh, I have another notice.
Yes, another notice. Okay, go ahead.
I do, and I wrote it upside down, just a minute. My notice of motion is to ask staff to draft a bylaw to change the terms of reference for the Trails and Active Transportation Committee to expand the committee by 2 voting members.
Thank you. Councillor Fryer, or Deputy Mayor Fryer. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. At the last Affordable Housing Task Force meeting,
So wait, just
the notice of motion.
I know, just wait. I just thought. So that's not a notice of motion. This is, so can you,
Certainly, I
Okay,
think the mayor's
sorry.
question is,
Yeah.
because it's a notice of motion, but it'll come in the form of a bylaw.
Yeah.
So it's appropriate.
yeah, okay, thank you. All right, and you have another motion. Go ahead. Notice
Thank
of
you.
motion.
So at the last Affordable Housing Task Force meeting, there was further discussion regarding aspects of the draft official plan. One specific area was in regards to 3 town-owned shortlisted properties. And the members agreed that there should be a recommendation made to council in their regard, specifically to the properties as they pertain to the endorsement of previous council, that the official plan reflect to the appropriate designation that could potentially maximize assistance towards addressing the affordable housing crisis. So I'd like to provide this notice of motion today. The final wording of the proposed resolution is just being finalized by the members and should be ready for issuing with the March 27th agenda. So I won't be reading specific wording today, but should add that it pertains to future in the property, which is the vacant area of.
Oh, excuse me. I'm not sure you should, I should be reading those. Sorry, because one of those properties, if I'm guessing where you're going here, isn't owned by the town.
These are the 3 that are on our short list as a task force, as determined in earlier conversations with council, and they were all identified as municipal property. Through you to
They're all,
Director
all 3
Valentine.
municipal properties?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. I was worried that one
I'm
wasn't.
just going to look to
Yeah.
Director Valentine for confirmation. Yes. Okay.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
All right, that's quite all right. So they're pertaining to future, which is a vacant area, which is number 7882 and number 7888 of the Poplar Side Road, and existing, and that's part of number 201 Ontario Street, and most specifically the Leisure Time Center area. And their neighborhood designations, so future and existing neighborhood designations, as well as the proposed expansion in the mixed-use corridor 2, which is the south side of First between Your Ontario and High Streets, as it will pertain to 29 and 45 Birch Street, which is also known as the Johnson Trust properties. Again, just a notice of motion in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Any other notices of motion tonight? Okay, so we'll move on. With respect to the county report, there's just a note here that the agendas and minutes can be found on the Simcoe County Council portal. Deputy Mayor Farrar, did you want to add something to that?
I did. Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. At last week's meeting, staff provided a review of additional steps that are being undertaken, which will help to improve paramedic services response time in the Collingwood area. So that is a part of a good news aspect of what we're reporting on. But I want to note that there was also discussion and recognition of the very difficult times our paramedics have had over the past few years, most specifically due to negative impacts of the pandemic, but also the pressures that have come with the high growth levels we've all been experiencing. It has definitely led to overload concerns, and that is constantly being monitored by Human Resources. The goal is always to ensure the necessary assistance is on hand whenever required. So I just wanted to say that certainly Collingwood appreciates the efforts of the first line responders, as with all of our emergency services. We're lucky to have them looking after us. There was also a request for an update on Sunset Manor transitioning in and welcoming new residents. First, there was an initial restructuring effort to align the internal services with the requirements of any new resident. Then there has been an ongoing process to welcome in them too. About 1/3 of the capacity restriction, which was 54 places, have been completed to date with any required staffing changes. So it's all progressing very well. Sunset Manor is another area of need that we are also lucky to have very appreciated assistance, that of the volunteers who are helping out at the home. So I wanted to mention to council that on April the 13th, from 10 to 12, Simcoe County is holding a volunteer appreciation event at Simcoe Manor. And that's what I had. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is our consent agenda, and of course, the general correspondence list can be reviewed on our website. And that correspondence list includes items considered as bulk communications, not specific to the town of Collingwood, and is of a general nature and not otherwise included on the consent agenda below. There's one item here that council herein received the general consent agenda, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda item are that of the author and are not verified or approved as being correct. And the one item is March 20 to 26, 2023, Town Hall Clock Tower illuminated green in support of the National Poison Prevention Week. Okay, so the next, we do. Okay, so could I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Potts and Councillor Doherty, thank you. Any comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Would there be any old or deferred business council wishes to raise tonight? Would there be any other business? Councillor Perry, go ahead.
I don't know if I should bring this up, but I think it was something that was forgotten in the community announcements. With your permission, I kind of thought somebody would bring it up, but going with my orange tie, I would like to say the town of Collingwood invites you to join Elder James Carpenter, and pardon me if I don't pronounce this properly, Makpalu and Jennifer McFarlane as we honor the spring equinox, acknowledging the changing of the seasons through Indigenous cultural teachings and knowledge sharing. The Changing of the Seasons event will take place on March 21st at the R1 Gathering Place from 4:30 till 6 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jeffrey, did you have other business?
Thank you. We've spoken quite a bit about housing and homelessness, and I think we're all aware on St. Patrick's Day, the Prime Minister finally announced the launch of the long-awaited Federal Housing Accelerator Fund, and I just wanted to bring some of FCM's comments, and they do welcome that news, and our members have been steadfast in advocating for that fund to be launched quickly and to remove local barriers that block the creation of the right kind of housing supply and affordable housing. So with the fund now launched, municipalities can prepare to leverage this support, and a significant level of detail on the application process has been provided as part of this announcement. FCM must underscore the importance of an application process that is streamlined, accessible with eligibility considerations that do not create barriers to the kind of transformative action that Canada needs. And I did see some comments between Councillor Doherty and a member of the Affordable Housing Task Force with concerns in terms of that, and just wanted to assure everyone that FCM are always on top of it as usual.
Okay, that's good news. Very good news. Okay, so we're on to our confirmatory bylaw, the bylaw number 2023-031, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held March 2023 be enacted and passed this 20th day of March 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ring and Councillor Baines, all those in favor, and that's unanimous. Thank you. And we need a motion to adjourn.
Who's going to win?
Okay, Councillor Jeffrey. There was no competition. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.